Alright, we're back. Glenny boy didn't want to drive the automatic because supposedly his knee doesn't work. So he's going to get to go home with the truck that's going to probably break down on the side of the road. And I still have to go run loads. But thanks to Glenny boy, this is what my new Macintosh looks like now. He ended up closing the screen and smashing it against this part of the holder, and there's your crack. So yeah, my brand new to me $600 fucking MacBook is now trash. So yeah, fun. So, and I still got to go to fucking work. So yeah. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Oh.
James Bond says, "Hello again, Eric. Welcome back. Sorry to see that."
Yeah, it sucks.
At Kentuckythan888 says, "I'm so sorry, Eric. That shit sucks."
Well, it's because he just threw a bag in here and fucking it folded right into the fucking laptop, which folded the screen down into the mount. I mean, no fucking
Chef
concern.
Tara says, "Sorry you're having a bad day."
It wasn't a bad day, except for the fact that my laptop's busted. I mean, I'm used to fixing shit. It just sucks that now I've got to go try to figure out how much a fucking Mac M-Book...
James Bond says, "Tara, thanks for sending the gift."
I have no idea. I'm not monitoring YouTube. Let me see. Does somebody want to take a look and see what a MacBook costs? Or a MacBook screen? It's an M4 MacBook Air. The small one. It's not the 15. It's like the 13-inch.
Chef Tara says, "No problem, Chris."
Alright, I gotta work. So,
Frankie says, "Your laptop broke?"
yep. Glenn threw a bag on me. Glenn threw
James Bond says, "Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, huge storm there. Vince is covering."
Yeah, Glenn threw one of my bags over on the seat and went and closed the screen, and you can't close the screen because there's a piece of plastic there, and it fucking smashed the screen.
Okay, Eric.
Canada doesn't help me. I mean, I could buy the whole MacBook for less.
Frankie says, $450 to 1,300 Canadian dollars.
Yeah. I could buy a brand new MacBook for that. Or a brand new used one.
At Kentuckythan888 says, "Third-party aftermarket. Replacement LCD panels start from $323.94 for parts." with total install costs typically ranging between $300 and $750.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately I'll have to fix it myself because we don't have like stores that fix screens.
James Bond says, England soccer team losing to Dr. Congo. LOL. Eric, your bad kick's contagious, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so instead of me taking the truck in case it breaks down on the side of the road, which would make perfect sense, Glenn's taking it. And he's going to get to go home.
Frankie says, $459 and $999 USD.
Yeah. I could buy the laptop used for about 400 bucks. So I'll just probably find a used one on Marketplace and go buy that, and then this will just become some type of
depending
server.
On the place.
This one will become a server. Just sucks because I'm going to have to transfer all the software over. All the work
Can I see the screen when you stop?
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I don't think I'm getting in. James Bond says, thanks Frankie for the donation.
Well, thank you, Frankie. Yeah, the only thing that sucks about YouTube donations is I won't see them for like 3 months. And you gotta collect up to $100 before they pay you.
Frankie says, NP.
Hence why I had donations from the convoy, because I never hit the $100 limit. So there was like money just sitting there. Well, the latest we can work is the last load I can pick up is 5:30. So, it is what it is.
Frankie says, bro's day was already in the dumps. Then his dump truck broke down and his computer screen cracked. At this point even the dump truck was like, nah, I'm not carrying this much bad luck.
Yeah. Well, and tomorrow's a very special day, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, that's probably going to turn to shit too.
Peppermint says, I was telling you I'm glad you back, sorry about your day, sending my love.
Yeah. But instead of getting to go home and limping the broken dump truck back to the shop, now I've got to work my ass off, spend another night in the hotel,
Frankie says, ooh, what's special?
now you'll find out tomorrow. It's a surprise. Hello. I can hear you. I haven't told him I wasn't able to finish it yet. I was just about to call him and let him know. I didn't know I was going to call you and find out where you wanted to go with it. So I'll have to talk to Mike. Yeah.
At Lane Rodriguez F1L says,
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. Yeah, no. I hear you. Alright, bye.
Frankie says, Eric, I have solid guess for the surprise.
Yeah, well, don't spoil it. Just wait till tomorrow.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. James Bond says, that huge cloud is the storm. I know what it is, but I'm staying sick.
Good.
Chef Tara says, my mouth is zip.
Good. People haven't figured it out. They can find out tomorrow.
James Bond says, LOL Tari, there used to be a guy called Zippy. He looked like a mini honey monster and had a zip on his mouth. LOL.
Eric. The Western Star is coming your way. I was able to get that cap on far enough that it's not leaking fuel, or not leaking transmission fluid. So he's going to be able to limp it over to you. EP just wants to know when you think you can get on it, and get it back together. Because he needs to know if he needs to call to try to get another truck or whatever he needs to do on his end logistically. So if you can just give me a call back and let me know what you think. I'll be here. All right, bye. All right. Okay, you guys are back.
James Bond says, LOL Tara.
So yeah, instead of going home with the limp truck that if it breaks down I could do something about, I have to, I gotta keep working. Crazy shit. All because Glenn's like, my knee's too bad to drive. Bullshit. He just doesn't want it. He wants to just go home. He wants to be lazy. Here, I'll show you guys the bus.
Frankie says, so you'll be able to show the screen when you stop, Eric?
Yeah, I'm working on it now. So it's cracked right here. So it's got a crack right along here. What happened was the hinge came down and it hit right in this corner here, and that trashed the screen. So this whole area is all shot. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Peppermint says, why is it when Tara is here my chat doesn't go through? Is she knocking me out?
No, the TTS just screws up every once in a while.
Frankie says, Fua.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Chef Tara says, what the fuck?
Yeah. And he just threw the bag in there and fucking slammed into the screen and drove it into the mount.
At Kentuckifan 888 says, I'd make my coworker pay for my broken laptop. I'm sorry I can be an asshole.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it because Glenn never breaks anything. You know, it wasn't me. Every time. He took the fucking mirror off the truck. I'd been driving this truck for, you know.
X71EI says, custom follower BT with real looking accounts ownkick.com.
Lock him up. So, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Frankie says, ID do the Sam Kentucky.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, just wondering, sorry Tara if it wasn't you, I just think it was weird.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, you have him pay, oh shit, so I don't know.
All I can smell is transmission fluid covered in it.
At Kentuckifan 888 says, shit is no cheap no days.
Yeah.
Not. Peppermint says, you look so nice today, to that sucks.
Oh, thank you. Supposedly I look like I got a black eye. I must have dirt on my face. The boss said this eye, I had a black mark, like I got punched. So I don't fucking know. Probably was dirt. Might have wiped it off. Might not be here anymore. I don't know.
Peppermint says, I can't see it, don't know.
Yeah, I might have wiped it off. I didn't really look. It wasn't a high priority to me.
James Bond says, remember to like the stream, folks. Only 3 likes, what's going on, people? Wacky wacky LOL. Peppermint says, they started unloading me and stopped still full. Oh.
Without thinking to, I just set my house on fire while taking a bath. How does that happen?
James Bond says, there's the giant storm cloud again. Vince just drove through that but no Tornado. Peppermint says, I was supposed to drop and hook. I was late, so make me suffer. Don't know I was here but asleep.
Yeah. No, I mean, the whole day as a whole isn't that bad of a day. I don't mind fixing shit, you know. Yeah, it kind of sucks that the truck broke. I'm just really pissed about the laptop. You know, that's the only thing about today that's got me pissed. Because that's my money on my pocket. You know, basically, unless my boss decides to pay for it, which I don't know. I mean, I'm out of pocket, you know, pretty much a day's pay. So I'm working today for nothing, just to pay to repair my freaking laptop. So that's the only thing. That's literally, I mean, I was enjoying the fact that you guys got to see me work on shit. You know, it was frustrating the way Glenn was acting. You know, it's like, I just want to get off the fucking freeway. Just drive the fucking truck. You know, it's not leaking fluid. It's still got, you know, fluid in there. You know, just fucking run it. He just kept pulling over, and it's like, dude, just fucking go. That was the only aggravating thing for me. I'm just waiting for the frickin' phone call about when he breaks down. Oh, the other dump truck. The other dump truck saying
At Polish Agnes says,
loose.
What happened?
The other dump truck had some bolts vibrate loose, and it lost all its transmission fluid. I had to go get some new bolts and bolt the damn thing together, and yeah. but I couldn't get it all the way together, but it's good enough.
Peppermint says, yes, I understand about laptop, it really sucks.
Yeah. It's good enough that it's not leaking transmission fluid, so you can get it over to a shop to have it fixed.
I like asphalt.
Yeah. But in the process of grabbing tools and stuff, Glenn grabbed one of my bags and threw it up on the chair, which then flew into my laptop, folded the screen down, and cracked it. Cracked the screen on my laptop. So now my laptop's, the screen's all broken. So that's what it is.
Frankie says, he went to fix a dump truck, but his own day was the thing getting dumb.
Yeah. And then instead of sending me with the broken dump truck, which would have made sense, because if it breaks down again, I'm at least there and I can do something about it. We sent the guy that supposedly can't drive stick anymore, doesn't want to drive stick anymore, home with the truck to take it to the mechanic shop. So if he ends up breaking down in the middle of fucking nowhere, we're going to have to call a fucking tow truck because I won't be there. Because Glenn's like, I can't drive stick, I can't push the clutch anymore. It's like, whatever. Glenn doesn't want to push the clutch anymore.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, for me easy fix. At Polish Agnes says, sorry hear that, but knowing you, putting new screen shouldn't be hard?
Yeah, it's just, it depends on if I can get a whole bezel or if I have to get a screen and I got to disassemble it. And it's just, no matter what, it's, you know, it's almost a day's wage, you know, out the fucking
Frankie
window.
says, Eric, you should call your boss and ask to go home early for having rough day.
Then everybody goes home because I'm the only truck bringing asphalt. So, you know, we gotta get some of the job done today at least. We can't just sit here and say, yeah,
James
we're not
Bond
working.
says, hello again at Polish Agnes.
So, yeah, I can fix it. It's just going to be a matter of the parts are going to cost $1 billion. Or at least, basically I'm working today for free to pay for the parts. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, no, everything else was great. I enjoyed working on the dump truck. I enjoyed showing you guys why I get paid what I get paid. That was fun.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, I can get it done in 1 hour LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, luckily the MacBooks are a little bit more repairable. They got screws, the bottom cover comes off. Hopefully it's just some hinge screws and a couple of ribbon cables. But like I said, you know, if it's $200 just for the screen, then I've got to disassemble the screen too. You know, it all depends. It all depends.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, if your coworker can't do the job, he needs to retire or find a desk job LOL.
Well, it's just, no, he just was being lazy. He didn't want to have to drive this truck. He doesn't like this truck. And he also doesn't, you know, supposedly he's having issues with his knee. You only have to push the clutch in when you're starting and stopping. I mean, otherwise we slip shift. So that's just bullshit. I'm not using the
James
clutch all
Bond
day.
says, new screen with genuine parts gonna be at least $200 from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, well, I can't talk to you, it's kicked me out. Tara is too jealous of me is what it is, I believe.
Whatever, I'm hearing you just fine. Also, Tara's not a mod, she can't kick you out.
Yukuch4D says, best kick follower BT plus custom usernames. Ownkick.com. At Jamasuing 2022 says, 13-inch or 15-in laptop.
It's the 13-inch. It's the smaller of the two.
Peppermint says, this one won't through it, only lets some go through it, don't know.
Yeah, that's just the TTS. That happens to everybody. It's not just happening to you. Chris was talking about her yesterday. You guys got to remember that for the TTS to go off, the phone has to receive the message. And you guys could see the service was glitching. So sometimes the cell service doesn't get to the phone. The message doesn't come across. It's just the nature of being mobile streaming.
Peppermint says, I sorry Tara, you just always messing with me.
So sometimes messages get dropped because the internet's just sucky to the phone.
Chef Tara says, I'm never messing with you, you are delusional. At Jamasuing 2022 says, depends, 160 to 500 bucks, screen crazy.
Yeah. I'll have to search for it tonight.
Peppermint says, no, you are jealous of me and Eric.
Tara's not jealous of you. She's got a boyfriend and she had plenty of opportunities. If she wanted me, she could have had me. So she's not jealous.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, on Amazon.
Yeah.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Chef Tara says, no, I'm not, get alive. At Polish Agnes says, hahaha OMG. At Jamasuing 2022 says, dang. At Polish Agnes says, Tara, come on, are you jealous? Everyone likes Eric. Wow, go kart. At Jamasuing 2022 says, very nice. James Bond says, you're awesome, mate, thank you. Peppermint says, I have a life. The go-kart guy says, help for laptop.
Well, thank you very much. You didn't have to. I mean, like I said, it was my own fault. I should have got up out of the truck or from underneath the truck, and I should have had Glenn fucking around.
James Bond says, Eric go-kart guy just donated $100.
Well, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Go-Kart Guy. That'll help take the sting out of it. I appreciate it.
Peppermint says, let's just mellow out. I said sorry, I'm not going to keep saying it.
Yeah, time to drop it, guys. You guys have to understand, you know, that's what I was trying to explain to Telescope earlier too. We're
Chef
mobile.
Tara says, how am I messing with you? I'm barely in the chat.
Yeah. We're mobile, so sometimes TTS messages aren't going to come through, you know, and you just gotta, if you listen for them and you don't hear them, you just gotta resend the message. I mean,
Peppermint says, yes, I know that she knows what she doing and make me look bad.
you know, a perfect stream is when you're when you have a studio at a house, you know. We're mobile, so we're gonna have all the complications and headaches, and you know, there's just only so much I can do.
At Polish Agnes says, wow.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Tara Polish also knows. So, that's why she's commenting. She knows what you know.
James Bond says, and in more positive news, England beat Dr. Congo LOL 2-1. Peppermint says, I'm done, peace.
Cool beans.
At Polish Agnes says, I'll help too. Can't help as much as I used to, but always something.
You don't have to. I appreciate it. You don't have to.
James Bond says, thank you very much, that is awesome. At Polish Agnes says, I'll help too with $20 cause I still like ya lol.
Well, thank you, Polish Agnes.
The go-kart guy says, and thank you, Agnes. Peppermint says, sorry, been bad day.
Yeah, it happens.
James Bond says, W chat. E4384U says, ownkick.com for kick viewers, chat, spam, poll votes and click views. At Polish Agnes says, at Claire, no one is able to do anything in Eric's chat except moderator can hide your comment or block you. That's all. Nothing else anyone can do, so it's the system and service that prevents things. Peppermint says, okay, my truck shaking again. I don't know if I go to Wisconsin, it sucks.
Yeah. Whatever you say, Jeff. Whatever you say, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. You're down in Florida helping with the tornado or the storm thing with whatever, but why do we keep hearing your smoke detector go off? Because you haven't changed the
Peppermint
battery.
says, yes, thank you.
I mean, Jeff, what the hell? What the hell's going on with you, Jeff? Obviously, you're still at home, Jeff, because we can hear your smoke detector going off. Yep.
James Bond says, I would donate but my bank balance is minus £3 and 69 pence at LOL. I forgot it's 1st of July rent day. Get paid on 15th, so can help then, Eric.
Don't worry about it, buddy. I've never been a grifter. I've never begged for money. You know? The only thing I've ever asked you guys is to
Clara
help.
sent Eric a box of chocolates and say sorry.
At Polish Agnes says, yeah, Jeff.
Yeah. All I've ever asked for from you guys is just to help cover the cost of streaming. You know, the cellular bills, the service plans for stuff, you know. I appreciate it, but you guys don't feel bad if you guys financially can't.
Chef Tara says, Jeff.
Yep, Jeff. Honestly, I kind of miss him. It's too bad he died. You know? Even though he pissed me the fuck off.
At Polish Agnes says, OMG, Eric, Jeff is back? Aw.
Yeah, reincarnation. Reincarnation.
James Bond says, if I donate, I do it of my own free will.
Alright. Cool beans. Well, just remember that the Streamlab tips one goes to my PayPal or my PayPal. Because then YouTube doesn't take 33% and I will actually have access to it right away. You send it.
Peppermint says, yes, I have to do that too, and my truck got hit, I have to fix it, talking to insurance.
Yeah. Yeah, because unfortunately, if you go through StreamYard or through YouTube, which I mean, any money is better than no money, but they take 33%, and it can take a couple of months before they pay out.
Chef Tara says, I will buy you a burger every now and then.
Yeah, it's appreciated.
The go-kart guy says, Eric does not grift like Oreo.
Nope. Nope.
James Bond says, okay Eric, cheers.
Yep.
YCR5XV says, want real custom followers and chat activity,
Okay,
check Yao to be /5MWL4GB0.
We're going to disable Kick because Fry's not here to get rid of him. And I'm just sick of hearing him. So Kick, you've been kicked, or you're about to be kicked.
At Polish Agnes says,
Okay, Kick is gone.
I approve this live stream. You should all hit that like and subscribe to the channel.
So Kick is no longer in the chat. So the bots can do whatever the fuck the bots want to do over at Kick. I can't hear them. You can't hear them.
Chef Tara says, thank you Agnes. At Polish Agnes says, was the smoke detector really still going off?
Yeah, when Jeff Sayer said he was down in Florida doing disaster relief, and he was streaming, and he was in Texas or wherever the hell he was living at that time. He had a smoke detector that low battery alert
The
kept going
go-kart
off.
guy says, I do not thank you enough for all you do Eric, so thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, he said he was down in Florida helping with the disaster relief, and his smoke, you could hear his smoke detector. We busted him. It was me and you that busted him.
James Bond says, yeah, Kick has too many bots. Good idea to kick it out LOL.
Yeah.
At Polish Agnes says, was the smoke detector really still going off?
Yeah. Yeah, it was me and you that busted him on it. Sorry, it's an inside joke between people that knew Jeff from the convoy. And I
At
really am
Polish
not gonna
Agnes
explain
says,
it.
but now you heard it again?
No, I didn't hear it again. I'm just saying when Jeff was streaming, we always heard it.
Leroy says, good afternoon everybody, I was watching earlier when you had the dump truck pulled over, what you guys end up doing, just curious.
I was able to get it good enough that it isn't leaking transmission fluid and it's drivable, but it wasn't able to work for today because it's going to have to, the PTO has to come off. Somebody's going to have to the cap wouldn't go all the way on. And I couldn't just fight with it on the side of the road. So I got it on far enough it was holding the fluid and it could be driven. but it couldn't be worked today. So Glenn, being lazy, decided he wanted to go home instead of
Peppermint
driving this
says,
truck.
I just want a good day.
Yeah. So I'm the only truck running, and I'm gonna have to run loads till about 5:30. Glenn gets to go home early, and the mechanic will fix it when he fixes it, I guess. Yeah. I called Mike. I left him a voicemail. I've called him a couple of times. He hasn't picked up. So maybe you should give him a call, seeing how you've got time between loads. There, I'm offloading it to the boss. Because he's going to have time between my loads to call him and pester
James
him.
Bond says, Adler1 you joined at the right time LOL. Earlier today was a shit show but time is a great healer.
Well, it was a shit show, but like I said, I didn't mind. Like I said, the only thing I'm pissed about is my laptop got busted. Everything else, that's just what it is, you know. I mean, that's why I actually was having fun with that. I was glad I could share that with you guys. You know, there's a lot of you that didn't view me from the convoy days, so you guys got to see, you know, that's what I used to do. I'd pull over on the side of the road.
Peppermint
I
says,
get shit up
okay
and
they
going.
done get my paperwork and see where I'm going.
Okay, cool beans. You know, so I'm glad I get to show you guys that stuff. That's fun to me. That was good entertainment, you know. I don't mind that the truck broke. I wish I could have gotten it 100% fixed, but I can only do so much with such limited time. You know, had I just taken the whole day, you know, we wouldn't have been able to run any loads of asphalt, and I could have potentially taken the PTO off and fucking beat it into submission and got the truck working, but I got it good enough that we could drive it. And now it's going to the repair shop. So it'll get fixed, and I'm able to go run loads. So that was the priority. Get it off the side of the road. Make it so we didn't have to pay for a tow bill. You know.
At Stanchilka 272 says, watched you do that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, but we got a lot of new viewers that haven't seen me do it, so it was good to see. Good for them to see. Yeah, I'm not just a driver. I'm the mechanic. That's why I've got the name Mechanic Eric, not Driver Eric. When the shit hits the fucking fan, I'm the fucking guy that you want to be with you in your company, because I make a fucked up day a lot better. Because trust me, if I wasn't here, man.
James Bond says, you did well to get it so it was driving Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, if I wasn't here, this day would have been a lot shittier than it is. Unfortunately, could I have fixed it 100%? Yeah. There's a lot of things that I have to make a judgment call on. How much time is it going to keep? Because I am also the driver, I can't just not
Leroy
drive.
says, yeah, I remember all the convoy days, the drill horns, putting horns on Joe's car, so many different things.
Yeah.
I hope tomorrow will be better for you, cause I know what age is.
Yeah. So, I've always got to weigh how much time I'm going to spend on a project versus, not doing my other job, which is driving. So, I just had to weigh out, okay, I've got the truck to this point, we can move it, we can drive it. Now we're just going to have to send it to a shop because I need to go back to driving. Be nice if we had another driver that could help out. Another guy that was like a laborer that could drive the truck. Because when shit like that happens, then we could just throw him in the truck and I could work on what I need to work on. Hell, this truck still needs going for the fucking turbo.
At Stanchilka 272 says, and Eric, I saw you fix cars with your own money. You are quite a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm too nice. I'm too Wisconsin nice. It's just,
James Bond says, I can drive the truck, lol, big far away though, haha.
Yeah. No, I just, I didn't have my family in my life very much. But, I would say my dad's mother, my grandmother on my dad's side, really instilled some really good morals, I guess. And it's always been, treat people how you'd want people to treat you, help out where you can. I don't know. Just
Peppermint says,
who
they
I
make
am.
me sit with Taylor, I drop and hook no FM going to Washington.
Yeah. That figures. You guys remember that time that Jeff
At Jamasuing 2022 says, LOL.
You guys remember that time that Jeff was supposed to go to Mona's party, her convoy of honor? He was going to bring his big ass gooseneck trailer and his Starlink satellite. And, then he was also going to sit here and bring like 50 pounds or something of meat. But then just I don't know. It never happened. Just. Whatever.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, Hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yep. And don't forget to become a member. Members get custom voices. It's $2.99 a month. $2.99 a month. All right.
At Polish Agnes says, hahaha, yeah, we remember those stories.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe says that the like and subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel and become a member if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
The only people that brought campers were you and Steve.
Yep.
Peppermint says, it not funny James, you know how bad I wanted to go. We talked last night. I don't know.
I am off to prepare for my yearly fireworks.
At
and
Polish
barbecue
Agnes
that
says,
I have
and I
hosted for
couldn't
more than
believe you
30
all
years
slept in the
now with
rental
old
truck.
friends. So you all have a great day, and I will pop in when I can.
Alright, catch you later, go-kart guy. Thank you much for coming. And thank you for the donations. You didn't have to. I really do appreciate it, though.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, I was read about Chris Clara.
On to do another lap. And we go round and round and round again.
James Bond says, at the Gawkert guy, cheers, thank you for the donation, that was awesome, mate.
Yeah, I really do appreciate that.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, Chris want try biggest cat dump truck, LOL. At Polish Agnes says, turns out I will be going to Washington, D.C. this weekend.
That's cool. That should be fun. I I really don't have any plans, unfortunately. It's not like I'm going to be seeing my kids, unfortunately. So, yeah.
Peppermint says, I'm so lost.
Yeah. That's okay.
At Polish Agnes says, imagine CT didn't send representation from the government to join the fair. So some of my Patriots crew are going.
Go beans.
James Bond says, at Jamasuing 2022 I used to drive military vehicles years ago. Trust me my friend, I can drive any truck. Aldermaston military base I used to deliver parts for nukes to them. Seriously LOL. At Polish Agnes says, I just found out my overtime night was dropped cause there are no sales. So I will be there for Saturday.
Go beans.
Chef Tara says, will you be live streaming in DC, Agnes? At Jamasuing 2022 says, nice Chris.
All these hilly roads, I'm having to use every fucking gear I got.
At Polish Agnes says, yes I will live stream. I really am hoping service will allow with so many people.
Not likely. Unfortunately, not likely. I predict it'll be a shit show. Way too many people.
At Stanchilka 272 says, I hope she does Tara. Peppermint says, so I go hit 80 in Chicago of 65, not crazy about Chicago.
I hate driving through Chicago. Doesn't matter what time it is. If it's late at night, then you got these crazy drivers that don't have licenses that, just drive like fucking nut jobs. If it's during the day, you end
Leroy
up in
says,
traffic jams.
I hope you've got plenty of water and hot dog and keep your eye on the gas gauge, and I hope tomorrow's a good day for you.
Yeah, I hope tomorrow's a good day for me too. But hopefully it'll be you guys that make it a good day tomorrow.
James Bond says, the trucks I used to drive were by man. Oshkosh and Supakut. Not sure if your military uses them, Eric?
Yeah, we built, Oshkosh is built here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I used to live right by the plant. So yeah, no, we see Oshkosh trucks all the time. Man, I'm not sure. I've heard of it, but I don't know where they're made. And then I didn't catch the last one.
At Polish Agnes says, they may be blocking service as well, cause they did that in the past when we were circling the Beltway.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Especially if Trump's going to be there. We're doing 5 under the speed limit. Speed limit's 50. We're just putting along at 45 miles an hour. Some people need to just go home and park their car.
James Bond says, awesome Eric, so you're supplying the UK military, that's cool mate.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I haven't been in Chicago in a while, hit 80 and go all the way to 25 and up.
That doesn't surprise me.
At Stanchilka 272 says, Glory be and Soup Mama streamed pretty good.
Yeah.
Leroy says, I remember them closing off the off-ramp so the trucks couldn't get in there to go around the Beltway, and a father and son got pulled over for some crazy reason and I think they impounded.
Yeah. Let's check in on Glenny boy. We can, if he's got his phone on.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, Chicago is horrible to drive through. I sure don't miss it.
Yeah. Let's track Glenny boy. See if he made it. Says he's still driving 31 miles per hour.
James Bond says, I used to deliver the new tanks many years back, but my eyesight got bad, so they let me go from that role. Even with glasses, my eyesight is not good.
Okay, where the fuck did that come from? So he's still driving. He's getting up to
At
56,
Polish Agnes says,
57
I am
miles an hour.
suspecting I won't be able to stream on Saturday cause everyone will be using the towers and there will be crazy amount of people there. I just hope we won't get bombed or something, you never know.
Yeah. So Glenny boy's got the truck up to 61 miles an hour, so it still must be working. Hasn't gone into limp mode.
A lot of people will be there, just like NYC New Year's. I never go to cause I'm afraid someone will try to hurt people.
Yeah. So obviously the transmission still must be holding together. Currently watching him right now. He's so bad at responding to texts and voicemails or calls that we had to give him a company phone. He's the only employee that gets a company phone, so we can track him and figure out where the fuck he is.
James Bond says, well, that's good, at least he hasn't busted yet, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, he's up to Highway 23, so he'll be taking 23. I imagine. Let's see if he turns. I would think he's going to take 23 to Sheboygan.
Peppermint says, how far are you from Chicago, Eric?
About an hour and a half, 2 hours north. It's not the mileage. It's the fact that Chicago traffic sucks so bad. I don't know, I could say 5 hours because, yeah, he jumped on 23, so he's headed towards Sheboygan right now. So Glenny's got probably another hour of a drive the way he's going before he gets to the mechanic shop. But he's getting up to speed. He's still moving. Now he's on the big road, so he can do about 65 legally. He'll probably do 70, knowing him. He's up to 64, 66. Come on, Glenny boy, take her up to 70. 68. Oh, fuck yeah. Speed limit's only 65. He's breaking the law right now. 69. 69. His speedometer probably says 70, but his GPS is only saying he's doing 68, 69. So he probably thinks he's doing 70.
Peppermint says, 5 hours.
Yeah. So the truck must have been working good enough. He didn't take all back roads. He's on a big road now. So he must be confident that it's driving good.
Peppermint says, I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
Leroy says, my daughter is an EMT and drives ambulance in Long Beach and all up and down Los Angeles. She's been going to college to be a nurse now. She made it so proud.
Yep, I remember. You've told us before, but it's good to brag. It's a good accomplishment.
Peppermint says, that would be 10 both ways out of my way, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, Chicago, like I said, Milwaukee's about an hour, and we're about 40 minutes away from Milwaukee when I'm in Sheboygan, so, that's why I said about 2 hours, but it depends on where in Chicago you're trying to go. That's the key. If you're trying to go all the way through Chicago to the south side, man, yeah, then you're going through downtown and yeah.
James Bond says, awesome Leroy.
Yeah, it just depends on where you're trying to go. If you're just going to the north side of Chicago, it's not as bad. The northern suburbs, where all the rich people live, because that's where they got the Porsche dealers and Ferrari and all that stuff, Mercedes. All the expensive car dealers are on the north side, so that must be where the rich people live. It's kind of funny. Chicago is like the opposite of Milwaukee. The north side of Milwaukee sucks. You don't want to be there. You don't want to go there. And it's like, and the south side is the good area. Chicago's the exact opposite. The north side's great, the south side sucks.
Peppermint says, yes, 65 to 80.
Yeah. Let's check in on Glennie again.
Leroy says, and she's only 24 and making a life for her future looks good. A dad can never brag too much.
No. 74, man. What the fuck? He's doing 10 over the speed limit. That's only a 65 road. He's got a
At Polish Agnes says, I drove one time from CT all the way to Green Bay, Wisconsin, LOL in one shot and back.
Yeah. I remember really well. Wink, wink.
It was fun.
Yeah. Well, Glennie boy must not be worried about the truck braking, because he's pushing her to 75 miles an hour in a 65.
Peppermint says, Aurora outskirts.
Yeah.
At Kentuckithan 888 says, you would not catch me in Milwaukee or Chicago. Live in Milwaukee was hell.
65, my math, no complete.
I don't mind Milwaukee if it's I mean, I don't mind Milwaukee as long as I stay to the south side. Milwaukee itself, I'm not a fan of, but of the suburbs of Milwaukee, I don't mind.
At Polish Agnes says, Chicago has a nice downtown.
Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass to get to.
At Polish Agnes says, where was the rally in Wisconsin that one time we went to and you live streamed and there was only few people?
Madison, Wisconsin. Well, Glenn must not be too worried about the transmission because he's doing 75 miles an hour and a 65 on Highway 23.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And don't forget to become a member. We need memberships. $2.99 a month, and you get to play with the custom voices. And we go round and round and round in circles on my own little private racetrack.
At Polish Agnes says, Glenn wants to go home. What do you want from him? LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just he should have driven this truck. You know, because if there was a problem with the truck, you know, I was the guy that would have been the person that could have done something about it on the side of the frickin' road. I'm just glad it's working out and he's getting to go home.
Remember to become a member so Lieutenant Don can pay for new legs, face blue smiling.
Yeah. Yeah, usually we're not in such a hilly area, so I don't have to use all the gears. I can skip gears. But today I'm using every fucking gear. I don't mind this road. I wish the rest of the roads were like this.
Peppermint says, okay, forget about Chicago. I was just trying to get closer to Wisconsin. I'm going to just take 65 to 64 to 70, take 70 to 25.
Gotcha. I thought you said you were going to Washington now.
James Bond says, the military trucks mostly had manual gears. I've sent a photo of one of my trucks to the Discord chat. The thing had manual gears, but you had to crunch them in. It was that ancient.
Oh, yeah, a lot of the military stuff now is all automatics. The Oshkoshes and stuff.
Peppermint says, I am.
Where are you right now?
James Bond says, I was driving back in 2010. The trucks the British military had were still from the Gulf War, haha. Peppermint says, I'm trying to see the closest way to cut over.
Gotcha.
Springsville, Kentucky.
Gotcha.
James Bond says, my country is fucking pathetic when it comes to defense spending. Eric, we are only giving the military $68 billion a year. To put that into context, the US military gets $1 trillion a year.
Yeah. No, I know that.
Adelarla Lumi says, good after morning.
Good after morning.
Cross howdy Jeetsi.
Hello, my name is Donald Trump.
James
And I
Bond
was
says,
just want to
Adelarla
say
Lumi's
that Canada
Jeetsi.
is amazing, that we owe our way of life to Canada, and Canada is really the heartbeat of America. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
Peppermint says, in Louisville I can hit 64 to 70.
Yeah. That's a message directly from our newest 51st state. You better get your practice done with the Star Spangled Banner there, Brett.
James Bond says, it's embarrassing the so-called Trident submarines they tested an ICBM. It flew up 3 meters into the air then plopped into the ocean, haha, total failure, haha.
Yeah.
Chef Tara says, "Hey Brett, I guess you never found your weed?" James Bond says, "At Brett Boyle, happy Canada Day sir, you missed the chaos and mayhem earlier lol."
Yeah, it was a shit show. But I did what I do. I made it not a shit show.
Peppermint says, "Garmin is pissing me off to he telling me the dummy route calls me a dummy GPS."
Yeah.
At Brett Boyle says, "Canada is spending over $1 trillion on our military over the next coming few years. The days of buying weapons and hardware from the US are being phased out."
Well, it's all going to become U.S. assets when you guys become the 51st state, so it's all good. It's just money we ain't got to spend. Finally, Canada's not the leech off America.
At
They're actually
Kentuckithan
spending their own money.
888 says, "Hope your day is almost over so you can just relax."
No. The plant is open till 5:30, and if I can go back and get a load before 5:30, I got to work at least until then. So yeah, my day is going to be at least.
Peppermint
5:30.
says, "Okay, I just got that way I'm moving."
Yeah. So no, we've got at least 3.5 more hours probably. All depends on how it falls. When I go to dump somewhere around
Ingoing.
5, it'll just depend on what the GPS says. It's about 22 minutes each way, according to the GPS.
At Brett Boyle says, "We are not under attack from Russia or China. The only ones that threaten our sovereignty and democracy are the US, and Canadians are well aware of this. Most will answer our number one threat, the US."
Fuck yeah, we're gonna conquer. We're gonna conquer Canada. We want your maple syrup, bitches. We're sick of paying for it.
No, Tara, I didn't.
We're gonna drill them trees. We're gonna drill, baby, drill for all that maple syrup.
As are most Americans. Chef Tara says, "That stinks, Brett." Peppermint says, "Back on the road again, I need to get fuel somewhere."
Go beans. I still got over half a tank, so I'm still good.
At Brett Boyle says, "We've never lost a war, so good luck."
Yeah, but you guys never really fight a war. We're experts at war. We fight them all the time.
UK has a trade deal with USA for military equipment. Only good thing Starmer did, as luckily for the UK, I like the guy.
Yeah.
I approve this live stream. You should all hit that like and subscribe to the channel.
And become a member. United States is the world's war machine. You really think Canada has a shot? You're delusional. Look at that old thing. That's ancient. That's an ancient little loader.
James Bond says, Canadians are too friendly. I've never actually ever seen a Canadian fighting LOL.
Now their special forces is one of the best in the world. But I mean, it's just a sheer numbers game. It doesn't matter how good their military is, you know, even if they were like the best.
At Polish Agnes says, at least Canada would enjoy about 25% taxes and 8% Medicare and SSN, which is 33% cost instead of 47% in taxes and fees.
Yeah. No, it's a simple mathematical equation, you know. You know, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the equipment. There's just no way they
At
can.
Brett Boyle says,
keep it
Canadians were fighting in Europe years before the US, as the US was fueling and aiding Germany while Canadians were fighting them. Ask the Netherlands who liberated them, and they say Canada.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's a sheer numbers game. If you look at the math and you look at the numbers, there's just no way. There's no way Canada
Peppermint
would survive.
says, my light came on LOL, I make it.
Oh, that's not good.
At Brett Boyle says, the United States is a proxy army of the Rothschilds and Zionists. Iran just handed you your butts in the Gulf and kicked you out of the region. Stop with American exceptionalism.
Yeah. It'd be easier to do Canada. You know, just have to drive across the bridges. Don't have to like ship all the logistic stuff.
At Talking Hand says, good afternoon everyone.
Good afternoon.
James Bond says, at Polish Agnes same in UK 40% tax, it's a rip-off here but prescription drugs are way cheaper than USA. I can get Tylenol for 30 pence a pack. Peppermint says, I go to Bad Loves, it's only 30 minutes away.
Yeah.
James Bond says, America could have just nuked Iran if they chose, so LOL.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to be strategic and not wipe out the infrastructure. They don't want to have to rebuild the country. So they're trying to be tactical.
Peppermint says, crazy loves where driver was shot over fuel and killed.
You know, if America didn't give a shit and we weren't messing around with smart ammunitions and trying to be strategic.
At Brett Boyle says, the only country on earth that has invaded Canada is the US, and not only did we beat you out, we burned down your White House, so go for it. Our JTF2 is a reflection of Canadian determination.
Oh my God. You're talking about ancient history. It's a completely different country. completely different battlefield. It's not even talking like Civil War days with horses and swords.
James Bond says, only reason why our prescriptions are cheap is all our drugs come from CCP China LOL.
In a modern war, Canada doesn't have a chance. And you can say
At Brett Boyle says, our military saying is we will find a way.
Yeah. It's a great saying. It ain't gonna happen. The math is against you.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, that was the British who burned down the White House, I thought? LOL.
Yeah.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, eating hot lunch lemon pepper flavored chicken from Walmart.
Go beans.
Peppermint says, LOL, making me laugh anyway.
Yeah.
At Polish Agnes says, in Canada you pay government for half a year literally and then you start making money for yourself. It's insane how many taxes they have, but they have universal health care, so that would kinda make.
Yeah, but that universal health care, from what I hear, is such a fucked up system that a lot of people have private health care just to subsidize it. You can't really...
Sense why.
Come on, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck me.
James Bond says, American Army in World War I was a joke, but by World War II was the best in the world.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. We need to get this turbo fixed.
It was more renovation than burning it down, LOL.
Talking about a war, like
Peppermint says, that sounds so that chicken.
it's not even the same type of battlefield. The reality is that they would do like they're doing in every war.
At Brett Boyle says, funny, because after Afghanistan, the American general said when they wanted a job or mission done and accomplished, Canadians were his go-to choice, not even his own forces, haha, look it up.
That's fine and dandy. I admitted that you guys got a really badass special forces, but the reality is that they're not going to play a ground war with you.
No, it wasn't the British. The British sent officers here, but it was Canadians that were the troops.
They're not going to play a ground war with you. They're going to do air superiority. They're going to take out all your jets. They're going to bomb the shit out of everything. And then they're going to come walking in once your country's all destroyed.
James Bond says, at Polish Agnes, universal health care is crap. I'm in the UK and the NHS has taken 9 years to sort my teeth out, LOL.
You think it's going to be a fair war. They would come in, they would take over the air, They blow up all
At
your
Red Oil
planes.
says, no air. In a huge way, and instead have universal health care.
I lost the active war with my diminished stupidity and ideology.
James Bond says, next we be talking about Crimean War with Russia, haha.
Brett's just delusional on how that war would go.
At Brett Boyle says, the US is the only nation in the G7 without universal health care. You pay for universal health care for Israel, but not your own, instead deciding to bomb little girls in school in the Gulf.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Brett Boyle, aha, Benedict Arnold, probably they're too lol.
Brett's so proud of Canada, but he won't defend Canada when it comes to playing a game of Risk. I've been willing to settle this shit with you for years. I even went out and paid for the game. You know? I'm America, you're Canada, we'll see who wins. He'll never play the game with me.
James Bond says, LOL Eric. At Brett Boyle says, dude, don't you know war games are constantly played, and Canada routinely wins war games against the US. Consistently models have been done in war against Canada, and you don't win, ever lol.
Yeah, but it's never the full force of the United States. That's the thing that you don't get. It's always a handicapped setup.
At Polish Agnes says, the problem here with healthcare is the insurance company dictates what they will cover and what not, so you can't have a doctor choose your treatment, it's insurance company that will choose for you. James Bond says, only way Canada would beat the USA in a war is with Russia and China backing them up, which is possible as they could invade Alaska.
Yeah, but the reality is that if it happened, it would happen so swiftly. I don't know if they'd have time to react. It's not going to happen. I'm just laughing about it. It's not
At
like
Polish Agnes says, they will also refuse to cover certain things and there is a cap on spending too, so if you have expensive treatment they will leave you in huge debt.
it's just a mental game. It's never going to happen. But if it were, I'm just sitting here saying it, they just roll in there and they take out your leaders and
At
boom,
Nightwood
done.
says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell. share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And become a member. It's just fun to pull Brett's chain. It's never going to happen, but he gets so passionate that he knows
Brett Boyle
Canada will
says,
win.
no Chris, you, Eric, and most people never seem to know anything about, or discuss the Commonwealth. The US would be alone, and Canada would have the Commonwealth behind them, as well as world. Picking a fight with us means picking a fight with Britain and the Empire. The US would be alone with no one, and the entire planet would back Canada. We're the nice ones, ha ha ha, lol.
The war would be over so
UK
fast.
and USA have special relationship, big beautiful relationship, and zero tariffs. Thank you for your attention to this matter, lol. Face green smiling.
James Bond says, Brett Boyle, UK is the Commonwealth, lol. We are not gonna go backing up Canada against the USA.
Yeah, we already kicked their ass once. They don't want to repeat.
Brett Boyle says, you're obligated to Chris, just like Canada is obligated to come to the aid of England, or Australia, etc.
Well, just pray I never become president, because then you might actually find out. I'm done fucking around with Canada. You're mine.
Janasuing 2022 says, 2 people on top of Empire State Building for flying banner and they got arrested. James Bond says, LOL. Brett Boyle, special relationship between UK and USA, so we are not going to be involved. Canada be the next US state, lol.
Oh, we don't even have to fire a shot. They're already talking about becoming the 51st state. At least half of it. The half that's worth having. The non-deadbeat.
Brett Boyle says, don't say never, Eric. The separatists are trying to set us up for a US invasion.
Yeah.
US has invaded and attacked us before. Canadians view the US as #1 threat and enemy. You don't even know.
Yeah. I mean, hell, half the important part of Canada wants to already become U.S. citizens. They want to separate from Canada already. We don't even have to fire a shot.
Polish Agnes says, it all depends on who your alias are.
Yeah. You know, Canada can keep the reject part of Canada that nobody wants anyways. We'll take the producing.
James Bond says,
money-making.
UK only has 70,000 troops, so we can't do jack shit, haha.
Yeah. Everybody relies on the umbrella of the United States to keep them safe.
Brett been smoking that good stuff today.
Not as much as he should be, because he lost $20 worth. I know, I rubbed it in. I'm sorry. I was just fucking with you, Brett. I shouldn't have done that. That one probably still stings a little. But $20 is $20, Brett. You know, you can always get it back. You're not a horribly looking guy. Maybe if you dressed up in a little outfit and stood on the corner, you could get an extra $20.
At Brett Boyle says, the 51st state rhetoric are a problem, and just driving deeper wedges into the fractured relationship. They think they're being funny, trolling or something, and your economy is hurting for it. James Bond says, NATO even said thanks to Daddy Trump when he threatened to withdraw, haha. At Brett Boyle, Greenland gonna be a state of the USA soon too, lol.
Yeah. I think Trump got what he wanted out of Greenland. I don't know. Maybe he's still
Brett,
going to
join me in becoming a hooker and sucking air. You will enjoy it once you go black.
At Brett
Never
Boyle
go back.
says, my girl
LMAO,
just heard you say that and she's
smiling.
not impressed, Eric, lol.
I was teasing. Come on. It was a joke. Made in good fun. You know, wow. She might not know me that long, but you do. It's all in fucking good fun, Brett.
Canada, the land that sucks America's balls, in the sours with the hitmaker element.
Peppermint says,
Face green
fun good
smiling,
day, no
sorry
drama.
to say the joke.
James Bond says, LOL at Clara Bailey. Brett Boyle says, Canadians don't like the 51st state crap. It isn't funny. It just makes us hate Americans more than we already do. And boycott your goods even harder. LOL, it isn't our government banning you.
Just busting your balls, Brett. I still love you. I just know it riles you up, and I needed to put a smile on my face. Go back and watch the end of my last video. My fucking days
It's us
suck.
citizens.
My frickin' MacBook got fucking trashed. I mean, I've had a bad day. I've lost a considerable amount of money. Granted, Go-Kart Guy and Polish Agnes donated a little bit of money, so that takes the sting out a little bit, but I've had a pretty shitty day, so I'm sorry. I'm having a little fun with you and just putting a smile on my face, and I mean,
James Bond says, Brett Boyle, but the French own part of your country. Go to Quebec, for example, all French Canadians. Is that not an invasion?
come on, Brett.
Why so serious?
James Bond says, yeah, Eric needs that pick-me-up today. Brett, he's had a terrible day. Brett Boyle says, sorry you had a bad day. But please don't with the 51st state thing. It isn't as funny as you think. And Canadians are readying for war with the US, not anyone else. It's serious, my guy.
Alright, I'll let it go. Because you asked nicely. See, I respect you, Brad. I was just having some fun with you.
Chef Tara says, Brett is good at keeping Jeff quiet.
This is true.
Peppermint says, send my love to you, Eric.
Yeah. Obviously not that good, though. Code word Jeff.
James Bond says, Brett Boyle, you will unleash the killer goose on the USA, haha. Fry says, LOL at Terra Clock 8589. James Bond says, Fry TV, literally I was about to write where is Fry, LOL, we need your thoughts on this subject, LOL. Chef Tara says, Fry. Fry says, at Terracluck 8589. Peppermint says, I think we all should have stayed in bed too. Fry says, don't know much about it at Chris Ayers 007, so I shut the fuck up if I don't know. James Bond says, at Fry TV got me convinced there is weird shit happening in this world. LOL. I seen a video where an amateur scientist launched a rocket and 3 minutes into launch you hear a sound like it hit glass dome. At Fry TV fair play.
Well, we're doing pretty good with one truck. They seem to be running out just about the time that I get back, so I don't know how the hell that's working out, but we're making good progress. I guess it's just because I'm
James Bond says, there's that same Mitsubishi Eclipse again.
Yeah. I guess it's just because I'm an efficient driver I get these fucking loads done. Not dilly-dallying at the gas station every 5 minutes.
At Beaver Squad says, alerting Goose Command, your fancy jets will be taken out by our kamikaze resistance fighters heroically throwing themselves into their engines, then take out the parachutes eliminating the threat.
That's funny. That's funny.
James Bond says, in open-minded, if I see weird shit that don't compute like all those NASA videos, then I will question the lies they are peddling.
Yeah.
At Beaver Squad, hello.
Hello. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. So who is this? Is this Fry or is this Brett?
Fry says, yes, at Chris Ayers 007. Now I do know a lot about NASA and the real world. We will have talk about that on the next panel.
Yeah.
James Bond says, at Fry TV, yeah, there's a lot of shit being covered up by the US government.
I don't care if your son that is fucking funny face blue smiling.
Fry says, I don't do alts, Eric, so it's not me.
Gotcha. Then I would assume it's Brett. I've seen it before, so it's not like it's an alt I haven't seen before. So it's likely Brett.
At Beaver Squad says, your Falcons, Hornets, and Eagles don't stand a chance against our kamikaze resistance goose air defense.
It's most likely Brett.
Sure you don't do alts, they're big wrench, lol.
That's true. Called you out on that one, Fry.
Fry says, I only have real channels with videos. James Bond says, LOL Beaver Squad. Fry says, that's a real channel, not a fucking alt like I said.
Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah. Looks like Glenny turned his phone off 21 minutes
James
ago.
Bond says, versus.
But he was almost a minute to walk, so he must have made it. I haven't heard anything.
Fry says, I a chat name that is hiding shit, I don't chat with name. Peppermint says, yes, I agree with Fry, he is real, yes it is real. At Fry TV, all accounts are in my same name, haha. Peppermint says, my name is all real, even Peppermint I had for 15 years. James Bond says, Atsu Purcell T 2182.
Hey, Super Salty, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat. You missed a shit show of
Atsu Purcell T 2182 says, Chris. At Kentuckithan 888 says, they should make you the boss since you everything.
I kinda am. I mean, everybody knows I'm the top guy here.
Peppermint says, I'm known in the trucking world.
Yeah. Pretty sure you're well known on the internet too. Jeff was really well known on the internet.
James Bond says, Atsu Purcell T 2182 LOL. At Big Wrench says, like this channel, it's real with videos and never made it to hide.
Yeah.
At Brett Boyle says, LOL, calm down Mike, dang my guy.
Oh, don't use his real name. That's not good. I mean, granted, everybody might know it, and it might be all over the place, but...
Atsu Purcell T 2182 says, I watched some of it earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I was able to get the truck back together and get it back to the mechanic shop. There was just part of the repair I couldn't do on the side of the road. But in the process,
At Nightbud says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content, thank you.
The other driver was in my truck fishing around for shit, and he broke my laptop screen. So I'm really pissed about it.
Peppermint says, we all being bad today, I'm on road again, I feeling better.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. Today's been a shit show with the data and the phone, and I think the phone got updated.
At Big Wrench says, I don't play when it comes to alts, I hate them.
It's definitely not me taking it away. It's the phone fucks up and I lose the stuff. So it's not like I went in there and changed it.
James Bond says, Big Mike LOL. Atsu Purcell T 2182 says, what happened to my Charlie Kirk name?
Yeah, obviously the phone glitched. But I've had problems having connections connect. I don't know if the app updated last night. did something stupid, but yeah, I've been having problems all fucking day.
Peppermint says, I don't think so.
I'll change it back to Charlie Kirk as soon as I pull in about 7 minutes.
At Brett Boyle says, pretty sure he has it on his own website. He was promoting Eric. LOL. If not, then I'll apologize.
Yeah, it's just not couth, you know. I mean, doesn't matter how much somebody knows their name, you know. It's like, I don't know, I guess.
At SuperSalty 2182 says, no worries. At Brett Boyle says, sorry big wrench. At Sweets Things says, just got home. Had to meet the sprinkler guy at Mom's. Had to replace 4 sprinkler heads. Did some weeding in this heat. Was yuck. Sounds like you've had a hell of a day, Eric.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, it was good content. I shut everything down, unfortunately, because the boss was going to put the other driver in this truck, and I was going to end up taking the broken truck to the mechanic shop. But then the driver's like, well, I can't, my knee is all fucked up, I can't operate the clutch. So I was like, so I got stuck coming back into this truck. So I had to restart the stream. And
James Bond says, at Sweets Things, good to see you again. Eric's had a bad day today as his laptop screen got broken.
but I mean, all the other stuff was fine. I mean, we would have worked till this time anyways, so even if that truck was still here, you know, it'd been like, wow, we would have still done this job. Tomorrow's gonna suck, because we'll probably finish up this job, then we'll load up all the equipment, and he'll want me to take it to the next job, and where we would have normally been just doing the next job. Well, that reminds me, I gotta call Mike again, from Mike the mechanic. I gotta call him and sit here and see, because he hasn't responded yet on what the fuck is going on. He's gonna be able to motivate that thing for me, or what he's got to do to get it together. Turn off TTS for a second. Hey Mike, you get a chance to talk to EP or not? Okay. Alright. Yeah, I cleared the codes. He'd like to if we can. I mean, obviously this job kind of turned into a shit show. No. That can all I care about is the thing that we're bringing it in for, the major thing. That backup alarm, fuck that, we'll do it when we get to it. Fucking crybaby Glenn can suck my balls. Yeah. He can suck my balls, I don't give a shit. Hi, thank you, Mike. Hi, bye. Okay, I just got off the phone with Mike. He says he'll have it done tonight. So the truck made it there. Glenn tried to sit there and cry to him about the backup alarm and a whole bunch of other shit. I'm like, dude, just fix the fucking truck. I don't care about the fucking backup alarm. We can do that at a later date. He's like, cool. That sounds great to me. So, yeah, so Glenny must not have been having any problems because, like I said, he was doing 75 miles an hour in a 65. So he must have drove there just fucking fine. So, whatever. But, yeah, it's going to be done tonight. Okay? Not a problem. Bye. Alright, TTS is back on. I'm off my phone call.
James Bond says, was Glenn moaning again for fuck's sake, lol.
Yeah, we're worried about the fucking truck running. And he's sitting here trying to tell the mechanic, oh yeah, the backup alarm. Glenn's supposed to be telling me what the fuck's wrong with the truck, not... He's... Fucking kill him. First I hear about the frickin' backup alarm. This is the first I hear about the stupid backup alarm. It's like, dude, what the fuck?
At Supersalty 2182 says, Chris, Obama is Eric's boss?
Obama's not my boss. The fuck you talking about?
Peppermint says, I'm just looking at the pretty views.
Yeah.
Fry says, the name on my website is not my legal name, so it's cool if you want to use my nickname, but it's better to call me Fry cause that's my YouTube.
Yeah.
James Bond says, has he got like a learning disability or something, like some mental block there?
Yeah, I don't know what his problem is. He just, I don't know. I'm the fucking mechanic. If you got a problem with the truck, you should be telling me.
Peppermint says, mellow out, it's been a day.
It's just stupid. It's like my guy. Why the hell is this the first thing I'm hearing about it?
James Bond says, I have no idea, lol, no one even mentioned Obama in the chat at Supersalty 2182. Peppermint says, OMG. At Brett Boyle says, sorry Big Wrench, I thought it was in public domain. If not, my bad. I'll remove my comment. At Kentuckifan 888 says, I think they need to hire more drivers in your company.
Well, the problem is with it being only 7 months out of the year, it's hard to find people that want to come work here and then have to go find a winter job. So it's a hard field to get good drivers in. You know, it just is the way it is. You know.
All good, Brett.
And subscribe to the channel.
Eric knows my real name.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, I'm stress out too about going to Washington and seeing you having a bad day too.
Yeah. Alright, let's fix Super Salty real quick. Alright, you got your Charlie Kirk back. Let me do an export real quick of the settings. Okay, hopefully that makes them stick, because I just exported it.
Thank you, and have a good holiday weekend here, you and the rest of the crew there. Friday, 247, we're going to send it to.
James Bond says, every day for me is a bad day as the UK is a shithole lol. Literally every day I'm fighting or arguing with people here as they are so ghetto nowadays, it is sad.
Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you.
James Bond says, I mean, I was on Vince's stream when Eric was off air and every British person there was telling him what a crap country the UK is now, all thanks to lefty lunatics.
Yeah. Okay, should be good. We got that Phantom T-Mobile gone, so hopefully that will stabilize the stream a little bit. That was weird.
Peppermint says, yep Chris, there days my life sucks too, I just like being here with Eric, makes me feel better.
Yeah. There we go.
James Bond says, at Clara Bailey, sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad at least seeing Eric's streams cheers you up.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, yes. At Jamasuing 2022 says, I just have strawberry shake from McDonald's because it hot outside lol.
set up my GPS and forgot to. Not that I don't know the route, then I don't have to think about it, you know. I can just drive and wait till the GPS tells me to go. You know, I prefer to always have the GPS going, even if I know where the fuck I'm going. Because you never know when they're going to close a road because of an accident or something or whatever. So I like it because it lets me kind of drive mindlessly. I don't have to, I can glance over and I can look. I don't really have to pay attention to the street signs or what turns are coming. I can just glance over and know, hey, I got to turn in a mile.
Peppermint says, "Woo, I almost drove by Loves. I have to get my mind back. Watch what him do."
Yeah.
Peppermint says, "Yes, that's what I do to my GPS."
The only reason that truck is getting fixed tonight is because I've got a good relationship with Mike. If I would have called any other shop, it would have been down for at least a couple of days. It's networking. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
I like asphalt.
I love my job, but I also, you know, it's a job, you know. Who truly always loves their job, you know? I mean, I do love my job, but it's stressful, it's tiresome.
At Sweets Thing says, "Just lost power. Had to end my stream. Gonna take a nap. Catch ya later. Much loves B4N."
Alright, catch you later. But yeah, I mean, it can be frustrating. It's good when everything's going good, you know? When all the shit falls apart.
Fry says, "Later at Sweets Things." Chef Tara says, gotta take the good with the bad.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is I can become a snowbird this year. I can go places. I can go down to Texas or Florida or Arizona or whatever the hell that. I always forget Quartzside. I can go to Quartzside.
Peppermint says, I hope I don't have to move my tandem as I need to wait too.
Yeah. I don't have to stay in Wisconsin over the winter. I got nothing keeping me here. So I can go travel. Oh, we're down by Holy Hill. Damn. This is Holy Hill Road. This is the first I've noticed. There's a huge church. A really beautiful view. It's right on top of a very big hill in Holy Hill. And that's why it's Holy Hill, because the church was on top of the hill. Oh, there it is. I can see it. Maybe if we got time tonight, we'll go take a look at it.
At night it says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
And become a member. $2.99 a month. You get to play with all the cool AI voices. Along with members only streams that I'm going to start doing and other content.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, let go vacation yeah baby LOL.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be a vacation. I'd still find a winter job and work it. But at least I wouldn't be in the frickin' snow. I feel like I waste too much of my life sitting in the snow. Just waiting for spring to show back up. I just hibernate all winter.
Chef Tara says, I heard Jeff has a spare room for the winter.
Ha! Yeah. Yeah, hard pass. Hard fucking pass.
Fry says, do we get foot pics with the membership?
Sure, you can have foot pics of my feet. That's what you want to see, Fry, is my feet.
LOL at TerraClock 8589.
I will sit here and give you foot pics. I'll give you a private channel in Discord. That's what I'll give you. With all the foot pics you want.
Chef Tara says, Fry. 2022 says, I remember my grandpa have a lot snow in North Dakota I think and snow is clear to top of telephone pole about 2 foot stick out from top.
Oh yeah, North Dakota probably gets a lot worse snowfall than we do. I mean, every once in a while we'll get hit by one, but not like that.
Peppermint says, are go on truck with me or I taking off too?
Alright. Hell, Fry, for you, I'll even ship you a pair of unwashed socks. That way you can be like, ooh, Mechanic Eric.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, back on 70s or 80s.
Yeah, it seems like we got the worst snowstorms back in the 70s and 80s. They don't seem like the winters have been kind of mild as of late. There's a church for you.
Fry says, sweet even socks. Yen1 says, hey, how's gang?
It's going okay. I mean, we had a little bit of a shitty day. We had a truck breakdown and I had to play mechanic, and the other driver broke my laptop screen.
At Telescope Production Services says, why does Trump want icons of himself inches away from my genitals?
I don't know. Welcome in, Telescope.
Peppermint says, it's nice in Arizona in winter you can stay with me.
Yeah, but I don't really like Arizona.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, make him pay for it.
Yeah, that'll never happen. He won't fess up to doing it. If anybody would pay for it, it'd be my boss, but we'll see. But then he would sit here and he'd say, well...
one says, oh that's not nice. Hope going better. Where is Richfield, Wisconsin actually? I am from Switzerland, so I don't know exactly.
You can look it up on a map. It's in Wisconsin. It's in the United States. Mike, Fuck. I gotta take this. What's up, Mike? What's up, Mike? Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Peppermint.
Alright, bye-bye. Alright. So, got an update. I gotta tell the boss. Hey, so that cover, I guess, is broken. Mike's gonna attempt to patch it or fix it to see if he can make it work for tomorrow. And he's just gonna have to let me know. So it must have gotten damaged on the way out, is what he's thinking. You know, because what happened is you had multiple bolts come loose. Then he thinks Glenn left the PTO on. And the pressure from the PTO with the bolts being loose, Saren popped it out and broke it. So that's his instinct, you know. I don't know. It is also a possibility I damaged it putting it in, but I didn't hear any noises. Normally if you break something, you're gonna hear like a snap, you know. And well, and then on top of it, the bolts would have went all the way in for me, you know. I mean, if I would have broke one off, I would have been able to I would have seen it, you know, because he said it was by the frame, so it was an obvious area where I would have seen that it got damaged. So, but he's saying it's on the inside of it though. It's not the outer ear; it's like the inside of it. So it could have been damaged on the way out, and that's why I couldn't get it to go back in. Is what he's saying. So he's going to take it apart. Unfortunately, that PTO is like vaporware. It's like impossible to find. So if he can't fix it, it's going to be down for a while. So he believes he can just put a washer on it. He's got to take it apart, clean it up, maybe hit it with some sandpaper, and get it to fit back together. And then he thinks he can put a washer over that ear, and it should be good to go. You know, so we'll see what happens. Well, if he puts a washer over the edge, there's not a lot of force there, and it would be just 1 out of 4. So that washer would redistribute and basically be the ear. So we'd probably be fine. I'm here. What are we doing? Yeah. Alright, fine. That's what I was trying to figure out. Alright, so yeah, it's just a matter of you just need something to put pressure on the plate. You know, so it's not the end of the world. Because we still have the ear. It's just something that's gotta go across the gap, you know, between where it's broken. You know, so whatever the case, I'll let you know when I know. Alright? Alright, bye. Brain not working.
Charlie Kirk says, get it welded.
Yeah. And that might be an option at a later date. But trying to get it fixed tonight so it can work tomorrow.
James Bond says, at Jamasuing 2022 yet.
You know, I could potentially take it over to Alex, my welding guy. But I mean, if a big washer sits here and solves the problem for tomorrow.
Yunan1 says, are you from Wisconsin?
Yes, I am. Yep, I'm from Wisconsin. Wisconsin.
James Bond says, yee, I got more points than Fry LOL.
Good for you. Oh yeah, we haven't done a points drop in a while.
Yunan1 says, nice, I really like the state.
Well, thank you. I'm just here showing it to you.
Charlie Kirk says, take it to Alex.
Yeah. Well, I got to get the mechanic to put it together. Then Alex can go at it with the grinder, and he can weld it. But it's not going to get done. It's not going to get done tomorrow. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. You know, as long as we can get the.
Fry says, I just did a points drop.
All right, cool beans. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
At Jamasuing 2022 says, LOL. Charlie Kirk says, what's it made from?
I think it's aluminum.
material. At Jamasuing 2022 says, "Looky good." Charlie Kirk says, "That's what I figured, definitely get it welded."
Yeah. I mean, it's a fitted part that goes into a cylinder, and it's got a sleeve like that fucking long. So I mean, that's gonna hold it. It's got four corners of bolts, and I guess one of the ears is just broken. So literally putting a fat washer on there just to hold the pressure will be a good patch for tomorrow. And we can probably get it welded by Alex. Unfortunately, we need to patch it. It needs to work tomorrow. And by the time it gets done at the mechanic shop, I'm not going home tonight, so I can't take it over to Alex. And Glenn turns his phone off, so I can't call him and tell him to go do it. So we just got to do what we got to do. The only reason it got damaged is because the bolts came loose. They probably all fell out, and eventually just the pressure popped that plug out and caused the problem. Or it was hanging on by one bolt. I don't know.
Fry says, "You need to clone yourself, Eric, so you can do it all."
Yeah. I wish I could find another younger me. It's hard to find good employees. Probably 2 more loads. This one and 1 more. I think you'll be it. Because if I'm not back to the
At
plant by
Kentucky
5:30.
888 says, we all would love to be 20 again LMFAO.
Yeah. But to keep the knowledge I know now. Yeah, I sure the hell don't think I broke the ear off. I mean, I put some tension on those bolts quite a bit, trying to get it to go in, but where he's telling me it broke, and I'll just have to see what it looks like when it comes back. But where he's telling me it broke, it must have just broke when Glenn was driving it back. You know, maybe I should have loosened the bolts up a little. I don't know. But it didn't break while I was tightening. So. And then on top of it, I told Glenn to turn the PTO on. I didn't tell him to raise the box, so maybe the extra force there popped it. Who knows? I don't fucking know. I guess I'll just have to see once it comes back. But it's at the repair shop and it didn't need a tow bill. So, whatever. That's the important part.
At Kentuckithan888 says, getting anything fixed on a car nowadays will break the bank unless you know what you're doing. Just like computers.
Yeah.
At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Forge. Sounds like a steakhouse. Bet you it's a steakhouse. At Kentuckithan888 says, I'll see you tomorrow, Eric. I'm going to get me some food from Texas Roadhouse.
Catch you later, yeah. Might try to do something a little special tonight too. Pat myself on the back for a hard day, I don't know. I gotta pee. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'll make it quick. Make it quick. We back. We're live. You guys all quiet. But that's what happens about this time. So I got a question. So how do you know if you're white collar or you're blue collar? It's actually a pretty simple answer. How do you know definitively?
Fry says, if you wash your hands before you pee.
That's a smart one there, Fry. He got it. Ding, ding, ding.
Not after.
Well, hopefully you wash it both times.
Fry says, so blue is washed before you pee.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, you back.
I am back. It's nice that they have a nice road into this place. That's not all shit.
Chef Tara says, bye Chris, sleep tight.
Catch you later, Chris. Must have missed it. I didn't hear it come over.
Fry says, later at Chris Ayers 007. Peppermint says, good night Chris. James Bond says, see you next time Eric, hopefully tomorrow is a better day.
Hopefully.
Chef Tara says, he tried to type in Trump voice but didn't work. James Bond says, Clara, see you soon.
Yep.
We'll have to pull up on 5 there and flip the switch.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a switch, sorry.
Yep. And pull onto the scale there. There's a switch there. Flip it to 5.
Peppermint says, okay, good night.
Hey Frank, I believe the printer's soft paper. Alright, thank you. Do you want me to go to the tower and get the paper? No, someone's coming down. Look at the printer. Copy that.
Holy shit, that stuff's cold. He dropped that shit in and it fucking just jerked the whole truck.
back up, flip the switch to 4, we'll finish you out of 4.
10-4.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, LOL.
I have just enough fucking time to come back for one more load. According to my little GPS. Should be getting to the job site just before 5.
At James Ewing 26 says, updated name test.
Yeah, we lost some of the custom names. Some glitched up over the night.
Peppermint says, it's been a busy day for you.
Yeah. Come on. You can fucking go. There's a second lane for you to get up to speed. You don't have to fucking just sit here. There's a whole fucking lane you can pull into. Ah, fucking drivers. fucking go already. Jesus fucking Christ.
At James Ewing 26 says, all good.
That's what this fucking lane's for. Right here. Then you merge over.
Better than many numbers. Peppermint says, LOL. At James Ewing 26 says, yell at CB, come on old man, let go, LOL.
Yeah, he didn't look that old. I saw him in his mirror. Jesus Christ. He's gonna suck it going around this roundabout. I know he is. He's gonna come to a complete fucking stop.
Peppermint says, that road needs fixed bad.
Yeah. This guy's gonna come to a complete fucking stop, I guarantee it. He's gonna treat it like a fucking stop sign. Come on, Turbo. You can do it. There we go. There, I hit the power.
Peppermint says, that road damn.
Come on. You can do it. I've got faith.
At James Ewing 26 says, Oklahoma road are worse.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
James Ewing 26 says, time to updated turbo this weekend.
No. I haven't heard back from Mike whether or not he got the parts. He's got to work on the other one. This one still runs. It's not as efficient, at least at low RPM.
Peppermint says, yes, I-40 is really bad about everywhere.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, you going to hotel tonight?
Unfortunately, yep. Unfortunately, we got to finish this job tomorrow. It was supposed to be done today. Now we're like a half a day behind. I mean, no matter how efficient I am, I can only get so many loads done.
Peppermint says, okay, just wondering.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, "You're only one truck, only do so much."
Yeah. I've been telling the boss for years we need a spare truck. Somebody could have driven Glenn back. He could have gotten a spare truck. Just been working. But Glenn would have sat here and said, well, because this would have been the spare truck. Glenn would have said, well, I can't drive that truck. It's manual. That was the biggest piece of horse shit I've ever heard.
Peppermint says, "Nice and peaceful now."
Yeah.
LOL, I don't understand why.
Because he knew he was going to get to go home after he dropped it off. And then on top of it, he also knew that he's still going to get paid for a full day because that's how the boss pays.
Atclan 6003 says, "Hi Eric and everyone in the chat."
Hello. Welcome in. Yeah, you should go look at my other video from today. Towards the end, we had a little bit of a shit show.
Chef Tara says, "Hi Atclan 6003. Peppermint says, "Hello DMC." Peppermint says, "Yes, that sucks." At James Ewing 26 says, "Movie Lethal Weapon sad Danny Glover reveals Alzheimer's disease."
Yeah.
Flynn 6003 says, I will check it out.
Yeah. Oh.
Peppermint says, I hear you HAA.
Yeah.
At Nightwood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Become a member. There's a lot of cool member stuff. Even more is coming. I gotta use the bathroom really bad. That chocolate milk ran right through me. Unfortunately, I can't stop until I pick up the load. Because I'm not gonna have enough time to stop and use the bathroom and get the load. So I'll have to grab the load first, then I'll have to go to the gas station. And then I can fuel up the truck too, because it needs fuel. going to be a little longer on this run. I'm going to go pick up the load first, but I got to stop for fuel after I get loaded and use the bathroom.
Peppermint says, oh no. Peppermint says, oops.
Oops.
Actclan 6003 says, how much later do you have to work?
Well, this is the last load I can get because the plant closes at 5:30 and I'll be showing up at about 5:16. So this is my last load I'll be able to get. Then I gotta go use the bathroom and fill up the truck with fuel and then run the load back to the job site.
Peppermint says, I'm here to drive a little more and take break till night.
Yeah. My day's getting there. We're almost done.
Atglan 6003 says, don't feel bad, I put in 13 hours today myself.
Yeah. Well, it just sucks that the other truck went down. It just sucks the way things went down, you know? The other driver just kind of being a shithead, not wanting to do his job.
Peppermint says, I'm not even typing good today, lol.
Yeah.
Peppermint says, yes, it makes it harder.
Yeah. My problem is I need to go to the bathroom really bad. Like, I ain't even fucking kidding. Like, the amount of muscles I'm clenching right now is like,
Atglan 6003 says, hard to get good help anymore.
Yeah, it's true. Like I said, it's hard to find people that want to do this job because it's not consistent all year round. You know, it's seven and a half months out of the year, and then they got to find something else to do over the winter. So unfortunately, we get the last pick of people. You know, because anybody worth a damn isn't going to work here. I just kind of. It's weird how they found me.
At James Ewing 26 says, go find in the trees, lol.
Nah, I gotta do number 2. That's why I'm clenching. There's no tree service gonna be happening. I just gotta get loaded with asphalt and get back to
Peppermint
the roundabout.
says, go in bushes.
Yeah. And how am I supposed to wipe? Technically, I do have toilet paper, but no. I don't have the time to go to the bathroom. That's the problem. I gotta get the load. Once I have the load, I can take as much time as I want. This roundabout right here is where the gas station is, and it's only 2 minutes away from the plant. So.
Peppermint says, Oh, even worse.
Yeah. So I just got 2 minutes up the road, get loaded, 2 minutes back. And then I can come in here to the bathroom, so I'll be good. I just gotta be able to do 4 minutes plus the time it takes to get loaded. And then figure out how I'm gonna walk to the bathroom. On this rough part of this road. I forget this section of road sucks.
Peppermint says, I know the feeling many times. Peppermint says, I don't help. At James Ewing 26 says, look for Polly John Portable LOL.
Yeah, I'd rather chance it and go back to the gas station. I don't like Porta Johns. They're hot, they're sweaty, they're nasty, there's no place to wash your hands. No thank you. No, I muted it. I forgot. I forgot to unmute it. I mute when I call into the scale house.
Atclan 6003 says, may have muted.
Yeah, I always mute when I talk to the scale house. So I just forgot to unmute.
At Talking Hand says, dinner is on me, Mr. Eric, $50.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that.
Peppermint says, I think on mute. Yes.
Okay, let's go to the bathroom. Let's get going. How's that go?
Let's go.
What? No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
We can't go yet. We gotta get to the bathroom. There's no let's go right now. It's let's hold. Let's hold. We have to hold. Hold, hold, hold.
Peppermint says, let's go.
No, let's hold. We need to hold. That's how you do that corner. There's a turn lane for a fucking reason. You come to a stop, it takes you forever to get up to speed. You just take the fucking corner, you take the turn.
Atclan 6003 says, hold for 2 more minutes.
Yeah. But like that last dump truck driver, he just kept sitting there waiting for all the cars to go by. You didn't see me do that. I just fucking went. I was going with speed, and I was able to merge right in. That's how you handle fucking intersections like that. If you've got a dedicated turn lane, use the motherfucker. So many people in this world don't know how to drive, unfortunately.
At Bob Coxetufo says, drivers have got so bad in the last 5 years or so.
Yeah. Well, it's just a lot of people that just, I don't know. They wait for there's 2 lanes and they'll wait for every fucking car to go. And it's like, dude, you got your own lane. I'll be right back.
Peppermint says, yes, good job. I don't like stopping all the way if I don't have to. That's why I got pulled over the other day. At Bob Coxetufo says, it's not a 2D video game. At James Ewing 26 says, my dog is happy girl lol, I was let her out lol. Run. Peppermint says, no game. At Clan 6003 says, James he can't run has to waddle. At Mechanic Eric America says, I made it. Now it's time to go lol. At James Ewing 26 says, LOL. Peppermint says, good, take your time in watching. He was miserable. At Mechanic Eric America says, yes, it was bad. At James Ewing 26 says, Quick Trip have best chicken and best food. Peppermint says, LOL, I know it was. Peppermint says, you feel better now. At Kentuckifan 888 says, oh, you're still streaming. I'm back, food was good. At Nightbot says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. Peppermint says, he in the potty. At Mechanic Eric America says, that chocolate milk ran through me like a laxative. Peppermint says, yes, it will sugar.
Now we can go. Now we can go. Should put my microphone on the charger. Oh well. Now we can go. Go, go, go.
Let's go.
Oh. Hey, go-kart guy, if you're still here, just so you know, I didn't see it come in. It is what it is. I don't know if you forgot to hit send. Alright. GPS.
At Arc Royal G98D says, hello.
Hello. Yes, I feel much better.
At Sweets Things says, happy early birthday, Eric.
Yeah. At some point.
Peppermint says, feel better, let's go.
Yeah. Really need fuel? No, I don't desperately need fuel. I really needed to go to the bathroom. I'll get fuel afterwards.
At Arc Royal G98D says, what's a good MPG on a truck?
Well, it depends on the truck. I've always done dump truck. We don't do a lot over the road, so our MPGs always suck. I mean, mine currently is 5.5.
Peppermint says, good.
Mine currently is 5.5. So
okay.
I mean, a lot of the overroaders, I think, get closer to 7 or 8. But that's about it. Currently, I'm getting about 5.6.
At Arc Royal G98D says, damn.
Yeah. Well, we do a lot of stopping and going. You get a better MPG when you're just flying down the freeway. So yeah, I got enough to get back to the
Peppermint
job
says,
site.
I will mark it on my calendar. Peppermint says, tomorrow. James Ewing 26 says, happy early birthday, Eric.
Yeah. Thanks, Sweets, for fucking that up.
Peppermint says, I found out.
No, I gotta run the last load, Kentucky.
At Kentuckifan 888 says, you done for the day, Eric?
Yeah, I gotta run this load back. Then when I dump it, I'll be done.
Peppermint says, we okay. At Sweets Thing says, today is the 15-year anniversary of when they first delivered the boat. I'm heading down to put up the flag and open the lid. Get ready to decorate it for the 4th.
Yeah.
At Lane Rodriguez F1L says, are y'all done hauling?
Nope, I got the last load right now.
At Declan 6003 says, you're like me, I don't count my birthday either, it's just another day.
No, I usually make birthdays extremely special. I make it a big deal. That's your personal holiday. I just stopped counting the years. I'm 49 forever.
@Dentlian6003 says, I get that. Peppermint says, LOL, I stopped at 25.
That explains a lot.
My 20 was fun working to party.
Mike just messaged
Peppermint
me. He
says,
said the truck
what
will be
you
done
mean?
in an hour.
Peppermint says, I don't remember my 20s too much, but I got old Eric and mellowed out now.
Yeah. I remember my 20s.
Peppermint says, some made. That Knighthood says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell, share and donate to the channel if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Become a member. Member exclusive things. $2.99 a month. You know you'd look good in green.
Peppermint says, I'm stuck till Friday. Peppermint says, I get paid every 2 weeks. It gets rough the last week, and see if I got charged on the load to Washington. What, 4 weeks ago? I haven't heard anything.
This is the most current one. Yeah.
Alright. See you tomorrow. I'll let you know what time. So the truck's done.
He said it'll be done in an hour. So.
Peppermint says, I know
Yeah.
Friday.
I'm gonna have you get loaded.
We were talking shop real quick. Usually we end up getting to the hotel, whatever. But I'm gonna go do some running around. So I'm gonna call it here instead of waiting until we get to the hotel. So thank you everybody for tuning back in. You know, and I appreciate every single one of you that watches. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Should be a fun stream. At least I'm hoping it will be. We'll see how that goes. I'm anticipating it being a fun stream. At least I'm going to try to make it a fun stream. So, what did I want to do here?
Peppermint says, what the truck?
Yeah, another thing is I've got a couple of commercials at the end now. It helps the channel out, so please stay tuned and at least watch the commercials. I know they're commercials. Nobody wants to watch commercials.
Fry says,
but
later all.
2 minutes of your time will help the channel, so I really would appreciate it if you guys stay tuned until and watch the commercials. I'm gonna redirect you guys. You know, go into the next channel, give them a
Peppermint
thumbs
says,
up.
okay, good night.
Give them a thumbs up. Let them know, say hi to them. Like I said, it's appreciated.
Atclan 6003 says, have a good night and God bless you all.
Yeah, like I said.